Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Happy Thursday to everybody. And thank you guys so much for being here. Amy, Justin, Karen, Talon, Eags, Lael, Robert, welcome everybody. Joe, thank you so much for the membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here with us today. We are on a flight to Chillwind Camp, as you can see. And maybe we'll start off the day just doing a Skolo run or a Stratholme run. Yesterday, we got a bunch of gear. And I feel like we're basically ready to do NAXX. We were looking for some specific Sanctified gear, and now we have quite a few pieces of Sanctified gear. And I have a pair that have a set bonus. And the Sanctified gear is going to buff the damage that we do in NAXX. So there's an item that we use, and depending on how many pieces of Sanctified gear we have on, and the set bonuses, is going to determine the damage boost that we get from using the item in NAXX. So I guess that's the reason behind wanting to stack Sanctified gear. So we're going to have 4 or 5 pieces of it, and 2 of the pieces have a set bonus. So we should be pretty good to do that whenever the opportunity arises. Besides that, we can farm coins. I need to get a replacement ring. We have enough coins. I just didn't make my way down to Booty Bay yet. So we have 86 coins. Everything else is looking really good. We finally replaced our bow. We replaced our cape. We have a really bad neck piece. I've seen a really great neck piece drop from Karazhan Crypts 3 times, actually. It has like a bunch of attack power and agility on it, and we never win it. So this neck piece here is by far my worst item. Agility and defense rating. I really need to get this replaced. I could probably look on the auction house. There's probably something better on the auction house than this crappy level 55 blue. So maybe we'll check that out at some point today. Wayne, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I cleaned up my inventory as best as I could, and that's looking okay. Can go ahead and sort it a little bit. I wish I could shift click and I could lock things in place. Like I want this stuff to stay in this slot without moving when I sort it. That'd be good. We need 5 more of these necrotic runes. If we have 30 of these, we can trade them in for another piece of sanctified loot. Alright. So, let's just look in the queue and see what's going on today. Let's queue up for Skolamance and Stratholme Living and Dead. Got some healers on, got a ton of DPS on. Don't have any tanks on, it doesn't look like. But lots of potential groups going out. Let's see. Not a lot for us to do in the meantime. This would be probably a good time to work on skinning if we had our skinning leveled up all the way, which we don't. 252 probably isn't going to be good enough to skin anything here. We'd have to go back to like Ungoro Crater. Somewhere like that. Alterac Mountains. I feel like conversely the skinning in Alterac Mountains would probably be too easy. And we wouldn't really get any skill ups off of that. Lael, that sounds awful, man. I'm sorry to hear about that. I hope today's a better one. The Neck and Kara is basically best in slot for every class at the moment. Yeah, I noticed that. Everyone rolls on it, whether it's a paladin or like anybody. I feel like a caster took it last time for some reason. I swear to God. Doesn't make any sense, but I swear the last time we did it yesterday, a caster took it. Maybe another paladin took it. Maybe that's what it was. It's gotta be something like that. But yeah, it's frustrating because it's like obviously the piece that I need. And I just never get it. Seems to have a pretty high drop rate. So there's that at least. The druid took it for the feral off spec. Okay, that makes sense. So that's probably why I thought a caster took it. He rolled on it for his off spec over my main spec. So rude. So freaking rude. It's okay. We'll get something eventually. Right now, I would settle for getting a group to run basically anything. Someone mentioned there were quests in New Avalon, but I had to do some questing to get attuned to them. I think there was like a Strathholm quest I needed to do. I picked up a bunch of quests, so I doubt I can skin these, but let's see. Let's just see. Yeah, 255. I mean, I'm close. I'm 252. I'm close. I'm just not there yet. I'm gonna have to backtrack at some point and skill it up to 300 is just what I need to do. And that's one thing about endgame here is, like, oftentimes we are going to be waiting for groups. Could potentially be a lot of downtime, unfortunately. I kind of wish there was a little bit more we could work on from like a solo perspective, like stuff we could do. What was the bow we got? We looted a bow out of ZG. Just for a stat stick, obviously, because the bow we had was a blue piece of crap from like a long time ago. So we got agility stam, and we're not gonna benefit from the chance on hit, obviously, but it's nice to have something that's semi-useful. Patrick, good afternoon, man. Sorry I missed you there. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here today. So yeah, now we wait. Now we wait, and we cross our fingers, and we hope we eventually get an invite here. Just got a group right here, but they've already got a hunter. And there's so many DPS. We're like a needle in the haystack of potential DPS players. I'm kind of scanning, looking for group chat to see if there's anything else going on that we can get into. Molten Core is off cooldown. I think AQ is off cooldown as well. The only thing that we should be locked out of right now is ZG. We attempted NAXX, but we didn't even get to pull any bosses, so I'm not saved to any kind of NAXX. We killed some trash, and we barely managed to do that. Some of the sanctified pieces are better than the tier set pieces. And I don't need my 6-piece bonus, I only need a 4-piece bonus, so I've put on some of the sanctified pieces that were better and I've left them on. The helmet is definitely better for us, so I've left that on. And the boots were better for us, so I've left those on. And then these wrists. I put these wrists on because the wrists seem better than the tier wrist. Speaking of wrist, it would be really smart if I just went ahead and put a rune on those. There we go. And we're only wearing 5 pieces of tier right now, which is fine. We only need, I need to keep 4 pieces on, so I could lose 1 more piece. These might be better. I mean, this is more attack power, but the item level on this other one is higher, so it's hard to say. I wish I could leave one character in queue and then go play an alt. You know, and have like a little alert box or something if somebody invites my character to a party, and then I could like swap back over. That would be really cool. It'd be really cool to be able to do something else right now while I wait for groups. I'm gonna have to start, like, if I'm pugging stuff, I'm gonna have to start trying to find a group before I go live on the stream. That way we can actually get right into doing stuff and not just, like, standing around doing nothing. Or I could level up my skinning and my fishing, and then we could skin and fish. Because it seems like we might have a lot of downtime. Yeah, the armor is mostly tier 2 pieces, the pieces that look cool. Obviously the boots, I've had to take off a couple pieces of tier to put some other stuff on, but we still look pretty cool. It's definitely the coolest that I've ever looked in Classic Era. There we go. Scholomance. Scholomance will be a good way to get things going for the day. And we are already pretty close. Did I make my next stream character? Obviously. Yep, I got a couple of options. But I think we're gonna go priest. Pretty sure we're going priest. It's tough. It's either priest or warlock. I had a lot of fun with the priest back in phase 1. It'll be nice to be able to play it with its full toolkit right off the bat. just get access to everything right away. I'm really trying hard to... I want to at least clear NAXX before I fire up an alt. I don't mind if I have to wait a little bit to see the new raid, because I'm going to have to get some NAXX gear and probably some other stuff. But I want to at least have a NAXX clear before I fire up a new character on stream. That's kind of the goal I'm setting for myself. Just to try to be a little bit less of an altaholic and actually work on a character at endgame for a while before moving on to something else. And then making sure that we still get on a couple times a week to do endgame stuff. I don't want to clear NAXX and clear the new raid and then not come back to the character. I just think that once we clear NAXX, I can probably do raids like 2 or 3 times a week on this character, and then the other days we can focus on leveling something else. Because I doubt we'll always want to do raids like every single day. Right, I don't know if I think I have the key to this place. I'm pretty sure I looted the key at some point. No, this is the place oh, there we go. I don't have the key here, but you can usually get in. Mitosh, are you in this group? I wasn't paying attention to anybody in this group. This is how bad I am. Apparently we have Mitosh in this group, which I didn't realize. Welcome, man. Welcome. I've grounded myself. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I did. I've tried to be strict with myself about it. Like I said, I've created the characters and I've logged them in, so like these alts exist. But I'm trying really hard to just focus on this character and just make progress day by day. So far, it's been working. We haven't hit any brick walls, and I've been having a good time every day, so that's good. If I had more time, I would do a few hours on this character, and I would do a few hours on an alt. But I don't know if I can stream for 6 hours a day. Open world PvP is really fun sometimes. It creates a lot of dynamic moments. A lot of really, like, just fun moments. I had a lot of fun when we played on Whitemane for a little while. Before I started getting stream sniped every single minute, open world PvP was really dynamic and fun. Alright, where is everybody at? Where are we all? Let's see. I mean, I feel like we're all pretty close. Everyone should basically be here. Except they're not. Burning Steps, okay. Searing Gorge. Okay, we got a couple of people that are still a little ways off. Mitosh, that's awesome. They give you a weekly chest. A weekly chest is very reminiscent of the weekly chest in retail. There's a weekly chest for the new raid you can collect, which gives you fragments. When you collect 3 fragments, you get a bit of tier gear. Ooh, that's tier 4? Ooh, nice. The Inquisition chest guard. 100 health. Shield of Righteous. Nice set bonuses. What's it look like? That's pretty cool looking. I don't mind it. It probably looks a lot better on a dude than it does on a lady. But that's pretty cool. The scarlet colors. Nice to see. That's awesome. Maybe one day we'll get some tier 4. Right now I'm really happy to even have tier 2. I like kind of taking it in order though. I mean, I feel like I kind of skipped most of tier 1. And then all of a sudden I was wearing like all tier 2. But that's okay. I would probably care more about collecting all of each set if there was transmog. Are we playing survival? We are mostly in the survival tree. Yeah, we are a melee no-pet hunter. Two-handed weapons, and most of our points are spent in survival. Yep. And then we got a couple of points spent in marksmanship and a couple of points spent in beast mastery. The remnants currency, I think I did. These things? Yeah, I grab. Oh. It says I have 650 in my bank. I don't know if that can be true. Maybe it is. Is this right? It says I have 600. I mean, maybe that is right because I haven't been using them for anything. I'll definitely grab them before I do a NAXX run. Apparently, I have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of them. How's Oblivion been? It's been good. I need to play more of it today. I've only scratched the surface of it, I think. I'm struggling to find, like, more time when I can fit it into my schedule. And then the other problem is I have a lot of, like, other games I'm playing in the evening that are not related to the channel. Like, I just got to the end of Metaphor. I'm about to start playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 today. But I'm doing that stuff in my personal time. But I'm really excited for Clair Obscur. So it's almost like I have too many games to play. I want to play Oblivion on the channel. I want to play Clair Obscur in my downtime. And obviously here I am, hopelessly addicted to playing World of Warcraft every single day of my life. So time is a challenge. All right, we have some people still in flight. I'm gonna go refill my coffee early here because I feel like my coffee's like past its midway point and I'm not really comfortable with that. So I will be right back. Okie dokie. Where are we at? Seems like everyone's either inside waiting for me, or they're pretty close. Dante, welcome to the stream. Everything's going good so far. Thanks for being here, I appreciate it. No, Sod doesn't need the summoning stones turned on. No, everything's fine just like it is. There's obviously no reason to ever consider turning on the summoning stones. I mean, if we turn on the summon stones, like, nobody will play Warlock. Warlocks basically won't exist, so, like, there's no way we could turn them on. We have a lock closet here. Can we not summon? I thought I had one other person here. Did I not have one other person here at some point? Apparently not. I thought I had the druid here. I mean, the druid's here. Maybe he's inside the dungeon. They're all inside. Sigh. God. I should just give up. I quit. I came out here. I didn't. Oh, that's what it was. So you guys, it was a raid. So then everybody else was in a different instance. That's why I didn't see anybody. Apparently, while I was gone, it had been converted to a raid and back. Now I know what happened. I'm an incredibly observant person. Obviously. Ryan, I've played a little bit of it. I've really liked it so far. I'm struggling to find more time to play more. But I feel like it's a game I could really sink my teeth into, given the right circumstances and given some extra time. Just have to drag my sorry ass out of bed earlier every day. I know what the problem is, and I know how to fix it. But it requires me to change. Which is hard. I could find the time, but I would have to forcibly make the time in my life. By being less lazy than I am. The problem is I enjoy sleep way too much. I wouldn't say that sleep is my favorite thing to do, but it's really high on the list. It's in the top 3. I always thought that as I got older, I would need sleep less, or I would naturally just sleep less. But that hasn't happened. If anything, as I've gotten older, I've slept more. I feel like I sleep more and more. Your PC makes it look like you're playing the old version of Oblivion. Oof. Oof. Yeah, it looks pretty good on my rig. Obviously, like, I have a 3070. So I by no means have a cutting edge PC. I can't run it all at ultra. But I can make it look pretty good at, like, high settings, like medium high settings. Nowadays, you really, depending on what rig you have and what hardware you have, you really have to play around with a lot of the different settings in these games. There are so many different settings that can drastically affect how the game looks and how the game performs. And you have to, like, go in and play with stuff and then see how that looks, see how that runs, and then you gotta change some more stuff. It becomes really involved. If you have a $5,000 computer, you can just shove everything onto Ultra and you're good to go. It's when you have a computer like mine that's in the mid-range that it gets hard to find settings that run it really well and look good. The settings exist. It's just hard to like find the right combination of things. So that's been an issue even for me. Your buddy has a $14,000 PC with a 5090. It looks insane on his. Yeah. Right, like his rig could pilot a space station on its own. Like, of course. It can do anything. Like NASA uses it in the spare time for like making scientific calculations when he's not using it. Yeah, I'll never own a PC like that. The PC I have right now is the best PC I've ever had, and it's probably the kind of PC that I'll have for the rest of my life, which is just like mid-range, 2 generations ago for the video card. Like, that's what I can afford. It's a good thing I play so much WoW Classic and I don't really need the power. What is this thing? Blackwood's Thigh. 12 stamina, 12 spirit held an offhand item. Oh, that's cool. Bind on equip epics. Always nice to see him drop. Yeah, my computer does what I need it to. It does obviously suck when I boot up like a different game and I have to run it on like medium or high settings and not ultra, but it is what it is. I think I probably missed several bosses. I don't see any sparklies in this room, so I think I'm... Ooh, wait. Yeah, there's sparklies. Good call. Good call. I see the sparklies now. I'm not paying attention yet. It takes me a while to actually decide to pay attention to stuff. And right now I'm not, obviously, distracted. Oh shit. Well, let's feign death. There we go, we're fine. Everything's fine here, we're all fine. I will catch up to you guys eventually. Man, I don't know. I feel like whatever I level next, I want it to be able to do massive AoE damage. Oh, but I don't want to play a druid. I want to play a priest, but I don't know how much AoE they actually have. But after this character, like whatever I do next is going to have a ton of AoE. I wonder why do mages suck in SOD? Why are mages like no good? I don't understand it. It's one of the core classes, they should try to make it better. They have searing, the searing thing that does like the AoE pulse. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I feel like Priest will probably be better than Mage. But I don't get city portals with Priests, and that's a bummer. Because city portals are awesome. Is SOD done for now? I guess. Yeah, like I guess it is. It's hard. It's really hard to say. The devs have not. I don't know. Maybe they can't communicate anything. Maybe they don't know. I was gonna say they've done a bad job communicating, but really they haven't. It's just like they don't have anything else to communicate right now. I don't think. Right now, SOD development is basically done. But they kind of indicated that that wouldn't always be the case. Like, maybe in the future, they might not do, like, there might not be a Phase 9, a Phase 10, but they've indicated they might add some stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, they have 4 people that work on the game, I think. And one of them is a manager. One of them is not even someone who's programming or coding or doing anything, really. They're just probably like the team lead. But they really need to get a plan together soon and get some kind of roadmap together and put that out there for people. Like, I don't know how many weeks of clearing Scarlet Enclave, like, I don't know how long that's going to hold a lot of people. Unless they have something in the future to look forward to. Because ultimately chasing gear, you chase gear so you can do harder content in the future. At least that's always been, like, my take. Like, you want to get all the best gear from the current raid so that when you get into the next raid, your life is a little bit easier, your group can progress a little bit faster. So if there's not really going to be a next raid, it kind of diminishes one of the reasons for, like, looking for your BIS and trying to get your current BIS. So I'm hoping that they announce some kind of roadmap, just to keep people playing the game, because I love this version of WoW. And I'd love to be able to keep playing it. Level lots of different characters and have stuff to look forward to. It's like in the other versions of WoW, you know you're always going to have new stuff, you know what I mean? Not classic era, obviously. But Cataclysm, Retail, you know that eventually there is going to be new content to do. New. We'll put new in quotations. And so that can serve as a motivation for, like, a person to keep playing the game. Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, what happens to SOD once people have had, like, a couple months of farming the new raid. I'm using Mitoch's guild to study this social experiment. I want to see what happens to an established SOD guild in the long run if there's no future content talked about. What happens to, like, a solid SOD guild who's just had a great time clearing content? They get all geared up. Like, what happens to a guild like that when there's nothing else to do in the game? No new stuff is coming out. So yeah, Mitoch's guild will be my little social experiment. I'm interested to see what happens. They said they have a surprise for SOD players. I don't watch a lot of, like, WoW news anymore. I'm not apprised, unfortunately, of all, like, the interviews that they do and stuff like that any longer. And even the few WoW channels I used to watch, they mainly covered the retail stuff and didn't often talk a lot about classic stuff. I mean, anything that we don't know is a surprise. They could say, like, we're shuttering the servers, and that would be surprising. All the surprise needs to be is them saying that they're going to continue making content, I think. I think that's really like the only surprise people want, is for them to come out and say, yes, at some point there will be another raid for Sod. I think that's all people really care about. Everything else is kind of like, who cares, you know? It's either, there's either going to be new content or there's not. Jeweled Amulet of Canewin. Unfortunately, that's no good for us. That was a BOE epic? Oh, nice. I didn't realize that. Oh, I did win it, too. I didn't realize that. I thought it was something that dropped off the boss. That's really cool. I mean, I'll either sell it. If I can make more than 50 gold off of it, I'll sell it. If not, I'm going to hang on to it for an alt. Whatever we level next, it's going to be some kind of caster. Whether it's a warlock or a priest or a mage. Whatever we level next, it's going to be a caster. I have an epic staff too that I found on the pally that's waiting for a caster. So I think I'm going to save the intellect stuff. If it's bind on equip blue or bind on equip epics, we'll save it to give our alt a little bit of a boost once we get up into the 50s and hit level 60. Sod isn't really season-based anymore. That's the thing. Should Sod be season-based or continue as a standard mode? It has moved into the direction of being just a standard mode of the game. It's no longer like, we're not thinking about like this as a seasonal thing anymore. It was never well designed to be a seasonal thing. And in fact, the whole concept of having a seasonal MMO where you kind of reset your character every season, it doesn't even make sense really. And like losing a character every season, having a new character every season or whatever, that's the antithesis of what an MMO persistent world is about. Like, you like to have a character that you can just have forever and take through a bunch of content over time. So it was never really well planned as a seasonal model, and it quickly became a version of the game that was not going to be a seasonal model. Now they can do Season of Discovery Season 2. They could do something like that if they wanted, but I don't think they ever scrap this and do a different season, like how we had Season of Mastery, that ended, 2 years passed, and then we had Season of Discovery. I don't think we're ever going to see a Season of something else. I think you might see a Season of Discovery Season 2, Through the Dark Portal, or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they add a zone, maybe they come back and they add more raids and stuff, but I don't think we're going to see a different type of season. I think Sod is here to stay in one way or another. Yeah, when you think of a season, you think of it having end. That's my point, is like, I think they set out thinking it would be that way. But then the way the season played out, it just quickly became obvious that it wasn't going to be something that they can just end and do a new one a couple years down the road. Like, that might have been their original intent, it seems like it was, but it very quickly became apparent that it wasn't going to go down that way. And it's like, you shouldn't want it to. You know, if you create a version of the game that people love to play, that people keep playing, then there's no reason to ever scrap that and do something different. You just keep building on the thing people like. People like Sod. So, you know, no impetus to scrap it and do something else. Let's just keep building Sod. Let's just keep making Sod bigger. Let's just keep adding stuff to Sod. Because why scrap it? You're going to force people to re-roll in a different season. You're going to have to relearn all the same lessons you learned for Season of Discovery. Like, it's not going to be worth it to ever, like, scrap it. Already so much investment has gone into it. That's my take on it, at least. We'll see what happens. You know, anything could happen, I guess. Why does it seem like the dungeons are easy? When we're in a dungeon and it's easy, it's because we have Mitosh tanking for us. And Mitosh is in full NAXX gear, and he's starting to get tier pieces from the new raid. So we have a really overpowered tank right now. And I'm kind of overgeared for this content too. This content is like level 60 entry level content. Basically, we're just farming currency from here. At my gear level, even, this is not meant to be like super challenging content. But if it looks really easy, it's because of Mitosh. You could blame him. You could blame him for trivializing this bit of content we're doing. And so I usually just tend to thank him. But if you want to blame him, I guess you can. Can you solo Sunken Temple with the endgame gear? I mean, maybe. I'm sure somebody could. Maybe when you get a bunch of gear from the last raid, you can go solo Sunken Temple. I'm not sure why someone would want to, except for the challenge, but maybe. Yes, Mitosh, I did get the bracers. I think I'm wearing them, or maybe I just have them in my bags. One of these is the pair you sent today. Oh yeah, the one with the set bonus. Yeah, and so now when we go to NAXX, we have the chest piece and the bracers. That'll be the 2-piece bonus. So that'll be really good. Oh yeah, I don't really want to be by these guys when they die. Not really a lot I can do here. I can lay traps. But then I have to get away from them and let the range DPS them down. Otherwise, they go pop and I go boom. Which is not great. There we go. That's where we should be at on the meters in every fight. If I were, you know, paying attention, keeping up with the group, stuff like that. That's where we should be on every single target fight. On AoE packs, we suck. Because we have 0 AoE. But on single target packs, we should be blowing everybody else away. That was it. That was the run. That is that. Now we have to figure out what we're gonna do next. We're not gonna hearth out, I don't think. I think we are going to have to run ourselves out of here. Because if we want to do anything else, then we kind of want to be in this area. This is not the way. Let's see if I can find our way out. There we go. We'll just follow Mitosh. Yeah, let's go to, let's do that. Let's go to Light's Hope. We can get the Sanctified Gloves. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and get that done. Is there transmog in SOD? There's not, sadly. Part of me wishes that there was. Part of me, you know, wants to keep it in the spirit of classic, where you look like what you have on. But I like transmog. I've never been like a huge transmog person, but sometimes you just get a piece that you really like, or more frequently, you get a piece that you really don't like the look of, and you're left wishing you could look like you used to look before you equipped the upgrade. So yeah, that's kind of why I do wish there was some transmog. Yeah, see, there you go. Eric says no, and the more they keep SOD not like retail, the better. See, that's a valid opinion too. There's definitely something to be said for keeping some aspects of it feeling classic. But I could take it either way. I don't have strong opinions like that about it, so I feel like we already have classic era, and for people that want to stay as far away from retail as possible, like classic era is where it's at. And then eventually TBC and Wrath with the Anniversary Realms, and I feel like SOD is already so far removed from true classic era that it wouldn't matter. I feel the same way about turning on the Summoning Stones. I feel the same way about putting in an automated LFG for low-level instances for like all the leveling dungeons. I feel like you could add those retail things to SOD and it's not going to matter because SOD is already very far from classic era. But then again, I don't really care. There are, Eric says, I'm kind of irked. There are sunglasses in SOD. I saw the sunglasses today on a character in their little character portrait and it kind of took me aback. I was like, mainly because I think they look dumb, but that's just my personal opinion.
Nice to meet you.
I was surprised to see them though, because that's like an appearance changing thing. Lights Hope Chapel is where we're going. Leah, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. I appreciate it. I also think that the longer SOD is around, you'll probably see it move more away from classic era in systems and things like that. I mean, the people that work on SOD, they're essentially like retail developers that have been repurposed to work on classic. These people are in like their 20s and 30s. Maybe the one dude might be close to 40, but I don't think so. So these are like mainly retail devs that got tapped to work on SOD. That's why we have open world events that feel like retail. It's why we have like balance issues going into every new raid. So I wouldn't be surprised if they continue development, it starts to feel a little bit more towards that side of things. When I get there, there should be a quest where you're at. This should be a quest that gives you access to the Sank set gloves once complete. Okay. I will check it out. You need to look up what the SOD surprise is, right? Let's see if there is a SOD surprise. No, they're not, I don't think they're going to close it. I think that the servers are going to be up. The servers are up and they're probably here to stay. The only question is, will there be future development? Will there be future raids? Will there be future content? That's really the only question. It's not whether or not they're going to close them down. The servers are going to stay on. The question is whether or not they're going to become ghost town servers, because ultimately if they stop adding content altogether, or too long passes between content, then people are going to go play other versions of the game. That doesn't mean they won't come back to SOD once there is content, but it means that for a while people might stop playing. Alright, let's see. Shadows of Doom. Go to a summoning circle and kill a Shadow of Doom, and then return. We'll just take this. Under the shadow, check your map and find the area under Scourge attack. Go there and damage an Necropolis by defeating... Oh no. We have to do one of the world events. What am I grabbing here? Oh, this is just to, like, get stuff. I don't know if I need any of this stuff yet. Maybe I do. Maybe we take a sharpening stone. I guess we'll take some sharpening stones.
See you later.
Okay. So, where do we have to go now? I feel like every area is basically under attack by Scourge in some way. My question is this: if you're a SOD player and SOD is really all you play right now, what do you do if they stop making content for SOD for a long time? Like, what version of the game do you go play instead? That's what I'm curious to see. I'd rather they just keep making content and nobody has to go back to other versions of the game, because I really like SOD a lot. But I am sensing that there might be a lapse in content for a time. So I'm curious to see, like, what people will do. Maybe they'd go back to mop. I feel like it would be... Ooh, Jesus God. Here we go. Let's get into it. Let's see how low my frame rate can get in WoW Classic. What are we at? We're at 43 FPS. 42 FPS. Not sure if we have like a specific goal here or if we're just killing stuff and tagging stuff. Just gonna... Oh my Jesus. Why? Okay, I kind of wish that we didn't have to click need on all of them, but... click the stone. Okay, okay. I mean, maybe. We'll click the stone. I don't know. Oh, this stone. Okay, yeah, I can barely see the game. And there's a lot of things stopping me from being able to click the stone right now. Like, so many problems are happening right here. Like, this stone is not clickable where it's at. This stone may not be clicked. This is probably some of the most slop content that I've seen in the game. I don't like things like this, and I think this is absolute slop. Just my opinion. I can't click whatever this is. Try again, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this is slop. If I'm supposed to be able to click that, I can't. Maybe I need to find a different one to click. Maybe someone's already clicked it. They clicked it out from under me. This sucks. It's bad. Yeah, this... I don't know. Let's leave, yeah. But you think... I don't know if we did or not. I didn't get a quest complete, so... I don't know. Let's see. I guess I can check my map and see if I have a quest turn in. I don't know. Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of that being the way it is? Like, I don't understand what the gameplay value is in that absolute garbage. Like, what a fucking train wreck of content. Like, I just don't get it. Like, what's the design intention for, like, actual gameplay there? I can't see anything that's going on. I can't loot anything that's going on. Like, ugh. No. Well, maybe. No. I don't know. I don't think I completed anything, to be fair. I don't think I completed anything. And I may not. This may be the quest that I don't do. Yeah. I didn't complete it. And I might not ever complete it. Because I don't have a high tolerance for slop. So, and if it means there's a piece of gear I don't get, I don't care. And if that means because I don't get that one piece of gear that I don't get to see content, then I guess I can't really care about that either. If they want people to do the content, they should make the content not suck. If they're going to require someone to do the content, they should really make sure the content doesn't suck, because right now this content fucking sucks. Ugh. This is not a clickable item, so I'm not going back in there and like getting stuck forever in combat. I think I'm just gonna move on with my day. I appreciate you trying to help me do this, Mitosh, but I don't think this is gonna happen. This would need to not be totally effed for it to actually happen properly. And for it to not be totally effed, there'd probably have to be about half as many mobs spawning, there'd probably have to be about half as many dead bodies. There'd probably have to be about half as many spell effects, and then if all that was true, then maybe we can get this done, but... The way they've set this up has made it impossible for me to do it. They've made clicking on an object a fucking impossibility. I have this thing, what's this? Heart of Doom. I got an item that starts a quest, I don't know what that is. I can take that back and we can see if that does anything. What utter crap that is. If they want to continue SOD, they need to take shit like that out of the game. All of the incursion stuff, all of the open world stuff that they put in, if they want to continue SOD development and make stuff evergreen, they need to remove that shit completely from the game. This guy says I don't know what he thinks. No, it wasn't anything useful. I completed a quest that turns in over this way. So, no gloves for me. That's fine. I'm gonna keep living. They took something that should have been pretty straightforward and they made it impossible. There we go. There's some remnants of valor. They were in vanilla, then it doesn't matter, like, if what was slop then is still slop today. The fact that they were in vanilla and they were slop then, and then they decided to put them in SOD, knowing that they were slop, that makes it worse. That makes the fact that they're in the game even worse. If they were in the game before, as they are, Like, why put them back into the game? It's garbage. That's kind of crazy. Argent Dawn male gloves? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's go see if we can talk to him. Nothing was able to be turned into him. I don't... Whatever he needs me to have, I don't have it. But I'll check. I will check. Here we go. Argent Dawn male gloves. Why is it? Oh, you know what? I fucked up. I was good, and then I spent my runes on some bullshit. Like, what did I even spend? I spent some of these, so like that's it. I'm tapped out on this for the day. I don't want to get more annoyed than I already am. I bought something stupid and meaningless. Listen, I fell into a fucking dummy trap because the game is full of dummy traps. And I fell into another dummy trap, and I bought like an item or some shit. I don't even know what it was. And that took my total of necrotic runes down, so I'm still just as fucked as I was before I did anything, so I don't know. This is the most stressful shit to me. Like, I don't like when things have a lot of like requirements that you must do in order to see content. And I get even more upset when the stuff that you must do is just awful, non-fun slop gameplay. Because that is retail. That is retail to me, like in a nutshell. Like, there's stuff in retail that you really want to do, but in order to do the stuff you really want to do, you have to go do the most fucking atrocious gameplay systems that have ever been devised by men and women. And you have to be bored out of your fucking mind and just partake in complete garbage mechanics. And then, if you're lucky, at the end of that, you get to go do the content that you want to do. In retail, it's Empowered Delves. In SOD, it's Naxxramas. And I just like, my brain has a visceral reaction to being forced to do garbage gameplay in order to do fun gameplay. I just don't like it. It does stress me out. And when I get stressed out, I get kind of angry because I don't like being stressed out. God, yeah. I don't know. I think I'm done with this. If I knew what item I bought, maybe I could return it and I could possibly get my runes back, but I don't even know what it was. There was a vendor and he was like, hey, you want to give me some runes? I'll give you some good stuff. You want some good, you got runes, kid? You just give me some of those runes. I'll give you the good stuff. And so I bought the fucking good stuff. I don't even know what it was. It was like some kind of buff item or some garbage. And that's why I don't have 30 runes. The weighted sharpening stones. Mason, thank you. Yeah, I bought these stupid things. I can't turn these back in. They're mine now. They're mine now forever, and I'll never use these. That's what I did. I bought these. That's where my runes went. Because I fell into a dummy trap because I am a dummy. And they put dummy traps in the game for people like me to waste their time. Because the more time I waste, the more I have to play. So, there you go. Hey, look, I sold a bunch of stuff. Yay! A small measure of endorphins. There you go. We made some money at least. No one likes to fall into a dummy trap. It makes me lose motivation. I'm just like, oh, I did something dumb. I'm a dummy. Let's go do something else now instead where I can feel semi-competent. Yeah, we can go kill him. I'll just suffer. It's fine. Let's go kill him until I get 9 runes. I'll just suffer through it. Maybe that's what I deserve. Maybe if I learn how to suffer through shit in this game that I don't like, maybe I'll be able to play more versions of the game. I have to build up my shit gameplay calluses and just accept that some of the gameplay in the game is garbage. It's hard to do, though. It's hard to just accept it. When someone's feeding you garbage and feeding you shit, it's hard to keep eating it, you know? We're getting there. Yeah, Leah, I think the not knowing is gonna really bother a lot of people. Just the not knowing what comes next, if anything. I think that'll start affecting, like, players and guilds within the next couple of weeks, probably. Like, obviously we know the game's going to continue, but yeah, just like the entire like uncertainty behind will there be new content is kind of a big deal. When you don't know if there's going to be new content for the game you're playing, it's kind of a big deal to a lot of players. I got an envelope thingy. We are at 26. I feel like many more have dropped, but we're at 26, my inventory says. Philip, you just found out about turning in those coins for tier gear. Yeah. You can get tier 2 gear too. It's tier 1 and tier 2. You can get 4 pieces of tier 2 off that coin vendor, and you can get lots of pieces of tier 1. The tier 1, you have to go into Molten Core, obviously, to purchase it, and then the tier 2, you have to go into BWL to purchase it from the vendor there. Yeah, like, learning what you can get with the coins, where to spend the coins, what you're allowed to purchase, where you turn those in, those were big, big stumbling blocks for me. So, yeah. Yeah, Mitosh, you are needing on some of those runes, aren't you? You're auto-needing on some of them. It could be a weak aura thing. You better disable that stuff. We could have been done already. And enjoy those necrotic runes, buddy. Yeah, it would have proved impossible for me had I not been streaming to have people to tell me where to go and then to lead me there. I never would have figured out what to do with the tokens, how to get my tier pieces, or any of that stuff. The game does absolutely nothing to let you know where you have to go, what you have to do, or anything. So you'd have to read about it on Wowhead. And then if you read about it on Wowhead, when that first came out, when it first dropped, you needed to read the article on Wowhead or watch a video from somebody, and then you would know about it. Other than that, you hear about it eventually from word of mouth. Being a streamer should have some perks. Yeah, it definitely does have perks. but it constantly shows me, what it does is it reveals to me how indecipherable this game would be if I was simply trying to play it on my own in a vacuum the way most people are. That's what it shows me. It says, you know, you get to be told about these things and you get to be shown these things, but if you were playing on your own, you would probably give up. Because you'd spend some time farming currencies, but then when you couldn't figure out what the currencies do, you'd eventually stop farming the currency, you'd go play something else. Exactly, I'm the same way. I don't like having to read or study to play a game. And I guess some people could say, like, well, that's just you being intellectually lazy. I guess that it is, but the way I think about it is, like, you should just be able to play a game. And everything you need to know about the game, you should learn from within the game. If I need to know something, the game should teach me, or it should be structured in a way that it's pretty obvious. For instance, the coin vendor. Instead of making me purchase a token from a coin vendor in Booty Bay and then making me travel inside of a raid instance to talk to a vendor there, they could simply negate all of that required learning and they can make the pieces purchasable directly from the coin vendor. Then I go to the coin vendor, I buy what I want, I equip it, and I move on with my life. That would be something that you could learn just by playing the game in experimentation. You would say, oh look, the vendor, oh hey, they have pieces of gear on here that I can purchase and then equip. So, you know, it would be really easy. It would be really easy to make it straightforward and make it so like a bumbling new player who just hit 60 could easily figure it out without doing a bunch of reading on Wowhead. But then how would Wowhead get clicks? How would we drive clicks to Wowhead if we weren't making the game indecipherable to the average person? You know, they'd probably get a lot less traffic. I think Mitosh is trying to lead me somewhere. I'm just going on and on and on. This guy has nothing for me. No, this guy's got nothing. I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I thought we needed 30. I thought we needed to get 30 necrotic runes, but we're only at 26.
This had better be good. Our time will come. Beware the living.
I did get a letter or something. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. That might have been it. That might have been it. No, none of those are the things that he wants. Yeah, I don't have whatever this is. Okay, man, the event for the necrotic runes ended. Can't make it up. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Well, I'm good. I tried. I'm good for today. I don't know. I'm about to go do something else. I wanna attack mobs. I wanna do some ability clicking. I don't know what this is, but I'm not getting that. Yeah, I mean, is it a quest chain that I'm gonna hate? I guess that's my question. Scarlet activities.
What would you ask of death?
Orders from the commander. Okay, is this like a Strathholm quest? Yeah, I think they're both Strathholm quests, aren't they? If it's, well, it's an RPG, you gotta like reading. I like reading in the game. Sometimes. What I don't want to have to do is I don't want to go read something else like outside the game. I'm fine with if they want to give me an explanation of all like the vendors and the currencies, if they want to give me like a page of explanation about that in the game that says, hey, for these tokens go to Molten Core, for these tokens go to BWL, for these tokens go to the island in Stranglethorn, like if they put it in the game, I'd read it, like for sure, because I would know that it's important to read. But when I have to go to Wowhead for it, there's no way. I don't want to give Wowhead traffic. I don't want to let all their ads run on my browser until my Chrome completely locks up and stops functioning in any way. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, we could do whatever.
Trust no one.
It's a low motivation day for me, apparently. I'd like to do stuff, but I'm not feeling highly motivated for a lot of the stuff going on right now. I have some stuff to turn in, apparently, though. Healthy dragon scale. Okay, cool, cool, cool. There you go. There's your healthy dragon scale. We'll just grab the follow-up because why not? I have another quest to turn in over here for something.
Greetings. Light bless you. For the Alliance, go with honor, friend.
Got some gold, got some more gold. That didn't, none of those chained into anything, so not important to us. Fly to the Western Plaguelands. Okay, we can fly to the Western Plaguelands. Am I on Crusader Strike? I am on Wildgrowth, which is the PvE server.
How are you? Safe travel.
Today has been very reminiscent of my attempts to play retail endgame. Today has felt like a me playing retail type of day. That's what it's felt like so far. You guys canceled your raid today? You have no healers. What happened to the healers? Is there a reason why nobody wants to heal? Is healing really freaking hard in SOD? Is it just really hard to keep people alive? Because man, like just not having healers, that's rough. They have real life things. You know what it really is, Mitosh, and I hate to break this to you. They probably sense the end of SOD. They're like, last raid's out, and no other raids coming out. I got real life stuff to do. Yeah, they're real lifing out on you. Yeah, is it hard to heal? Is it just like too hard? But I think some people are probably getting to the point where they're like, okay, so is there going to be more content? Because if not, then what am I doing? Type of deal. Like I still have lots of stuff to see, but I think people that have been farming on the cutting edge, you know, they only have so much they are going to see, and then there's not really anything else to look forward to. You enjoy the Disc Priest more than tanking? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I used to heal. I used to raid heal. The reason I got into raid healing, honestly, like if I reflect back about it, it was like I played a mage for a little bit back in Wrath. And like, so for a while I raided on a mage, and I just didn't like the competition with the meters back then. I was like anti-competition. I didn't want to have to push for the higher numbers and compete with the other people in the raid. I didn't feel like I was like particularly good. And so eventually I just kind of said, you know what, I'll avoid the meter chase altogether and I will heal. And that was kind of how I got sucked into healing on the Holy Pally for like basically for my entire raiding career. And like I didn't mind it. I liked healing when I was healing progression raids. When I was healing progression raids with a solid group and we were having fun and we were clearing like the hardest content in the game, healing was awesome. Being a pug healer and being a solo player and being a healer is awful. Like if you're trying to play the game solo, healing sucks. You got a solid guild, like a group of people you like to play with, then healing is awesome. Like that's kind of how I feel about it. I often think about healing again, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd be any good at it anymore. Part of me worries that like groups move too fast nowadays for me to keep up with them and all that stuff. It would take the right guild and the right people for me to want to heal. Just like I said, it would really have to be like a fun, good environment for me to dust off my healing skills. And then, I don't know what I would go on. Maybe I'd go on the Holy Pally, because I'm kind of familiar with Holy Pally healing. In different eras of the game, I've been familiar with it. So maybe I would do that. We'll see. We'll see what the future holds. Yeah, see, Leah, you know how it is. You're a pug healer and you usually play solo. It's rough out there. It can be miserable at times, depending on, like, your luck with getting into certain groups. Whether or not you have luck. What are all the healers, like, how are they ranked? I guess I should look up healer rankings in SOD. I feel like they're probably all pretty even, but it'd be nice to know, like, what healers are typically doing the best. If I were to level the priest, then I have another healing option. Holy Pally in retail's fun now? You get to holy shock people? That is fun. Healing on a mage would be interesting. Just because it's new. That could be fun. Leveling a mage, having the teleports, but then, like, eventually focusing on a healing build for endgame. That could be something. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at here? Okay, we are going near the monastery. Eric, you're playing mage and SOD and you love it. Maybe we'll try a mage. Yeah, since it's new, it's probably overtuned. I feel that way. Like, new specs tend to be a little bit more overtuned because they're less sure how they're gonna perform. I have a little thing over here. I feel like I need to go to this thing and maybe, like, check it out. Am I gonna be able to climb up this? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. Oh god, if only... Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, no. Hello. Scarlet Infiltrator. Alright. Orders from the commander received. Are we just taking this back now? Is that really what we're doing? We're just taking it back. I should have set my Hearthstone. I should have known this was just going to be another season of Discovery, run over here to run back quest. I should have known it. That's what the SOD devs think, like, Classic is about when it comes to quest. They think that, like, a Classic quest means it's going to be really inconvenient to get to. A Classic quest means it's going to take you really, really, really far, multiple zones away from the quest giver. And a Classic quest means you're going to get where you're going, and then you're going to immediately have to travel back. For some reason, like, they think that's what makes a Classic quest. And I really wish they would have spent some more time actually playing Classic. Because, yeah, making quests, like, just this long run, a lot to travel, that's not what makes a quest Classic. It's what makes a quest really boring. And it's what makes a quest feel like a chore. You know, if you want to make a quest feel like a chore, this is a good way to do it. This is a good example. That's Classic, just abruptly time-consuming traveling. Yeah, you're never doing anything else. You're just suddenly having to travel, like, multiple zones away, only to have to travel right back. That's why it takes 300 hours to level up in Classic, obviously, because every single quest is just like that. I'd even love a quest where they had me go kill 15 guys. You know, why couldn't we kill 15 guys while we were there? Make it worth my time of, like, traveling to that area, you know? Like, make me do something. If you're going to make me travel, please make me do more than kill one mob. Because that is not the way. And we're in the water. Ooh, we didn't get dismounted. How lucky was that? Love the terrain here. In the PvP servers, there's bonus suspense. You might get killed while traveling. Right? That could make it more fun. You could have to do the travel like 5 or 6 times on a PvP server. Depending on, like, how voraciously you're being farmed. And back to Light's Hope Chapel we go.
Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
And thankfully, after my adventures on Whitemane, I don't think I'll ever do a PvP server again. I need to find a server to play Cataclysm in the EU. I'm gonna need an EU Cataclysm server, and I'm gonna need an EU retail server to eventually play. I'm trying to move everything over to my EU account so I can just cancel my US account. But I need to know some servers, and I don't want to be on a PvP server for any of it. I know retail doesn't even have PvP servers anymore, so that's not really an issue. I guess in retail it doesn't really matter what server I go on, since everything is connected, in a way. But I would still like to be on a good server. The flight timer is being handled by Leatrix Plus. You go into interface and you can click show flight times. One of the many cool features of Leatrix Plus. Ravencrest on retail. I read that Ravencrest was one of the top servers. Alright, I'll do Ravencrest for retail. Oh, I know NA and EU are not connected. I know that. Yeah. I just meant like within the region you could cross-play with people on any server, within the region, obviously. Horde is twisting nether. Yeah, see, that's the other thing. Now that groups can be cross-faction, does my faction choice really matter that much in retail? I guess I'll have to figure all this stuff out. I'll probably just play Alliance. I was thinking about rolling up a Shaman in retail. I remember Shaman being like easy to do AoE DPS and Mythics, and pretty easy to understand the rotation and stuff like that. Can I transfer my NA tunes to EU? No, not that I know of. I don't think so. That would be like, it's technically like a different account, so that would be like an account transfer. All right, we got that one done.
Hey there.
That's cool.
Travels.
Now what do we do? Unrest at Tyr's Hand. Is that a new quest? Scout the Scarlet base camp west of Tyr's Hand in Eastern Plaguelands and try to discern what is happening with the Scarlet Crusade forces there. There's been an interesting development. It seems that while the Scarlet Crusade's focus was aimed at Naxxramas, there have been some sort of unrest in the ranks of Tyr's Hand. Details are spotty for now, but from what we understand, there has been some infighting amongst the Crusaders. I'd like to send you to the camp west of Tyr's Hand to assess the situation out for us. That doesn't make sense. You would never say to assess the situation out for us. These fuckers don't even have an editor. They don't have a single editor in their entire fucking organization. As a writer, you have no idea how much this kind of shit bothers me. That a piece of writing can get through peer review, that it can get through editing, that it can get into a published product with some just horrible writing like this, just really irks me. To assess the situation out for us. No, you would say to assess the situation for us, or you could say to scope out the situation for us. There's two ways this sentence could have been written properly, and instead they took two different sentences and they jammed them together. And then you get a sentence that says to assess the situation out for us. Hire a fucking editor. Sorry. This really does feel like a retail day. This really does feel like a retail day. Assess out that situation. You could suss out a situation. That would mean to smooth things out. So you could suss out a situation, you could scope out a situation. You cannot assess out a situation. It's impossible. You just can't do it. That's not how words work. All that being said, where is Tyr's hand? Is Tyr's hand back in this direction? I thought Tyr's hand was like out in Tearsfall Glades. No, it's not. Dum 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 dum. Maybe it's here somewhere? Oh wait. Here we go. I see it. I can see it now. We're gonna go assess it out. See what we can find. I shouldn't let things like that bother me, but in my past life, I was a writer, and if I even submitted something like that to an editor, it would go on my scorecard. So like all developers had a scorecard that was kept by editing, and so they would keep track of all of the kerfluffles and mistakes and grammatical errors. They would keep track of everything you effed up on a developer scorecard when you sent things off to editing. So you wanted to make sure that like your writing was as clean as it could be before it went to editing. You always sent it to someone else on your team, and then they would do what's called a peer review, or someone on your team would read it really fast, and they would like make some corrections, give you a thumbs up on it, and that way you didn't send some like complete garbage piece of writing off to editing and have it affect your scorecard. And so when I see writing like that make it into a live product, it really drives me nuts, because it's like absolute failure of process, or just sheer neglect. Just like you care so little about the writing that you didn't even put it through a peer review. You wrote this and you never read it out loud. Like, big mistake number one. Like, you wrote a piece of writing and you clearly didn't try to speak it out loud to yourself, even in your own head. Because if you did that, you would know how stupid it sounded and you would have changed it immediately. That's why I get agitated. Just because like in the world that I was in corporate, like stuff like that wouldn't fly. You had to do better than that. I feel like maybe I have an event going. What do you know so far? Not as much as I'd like, I'm afraid. We had one of our scouts sneak into Tyr's hand to get an idea of what's going on. He returned to us nearly a day later, sporting heavy wounds and near death. He was sporting the wounds. It was like a new track jacket. He was sporting his wounds. Oh, look at my wounds, guys. I'm sporting these wounds. Before he passed, he told us that he had seen none other than Sedaine Dathorin inside the cathedral, apparently in command. My counterpart, High General Addons, was nowhere to be seen. I fear the worst for her. Maybe she turned sides. I'm well aware of Balnazar's grand deception. It's a mark of shame that the Crusade will bear for a lifetime. Whatever game the Dreadlord is playing at, it can't be good for us or Light's Hope Chapel. We need to retake Tyr's hand and put an end to Balnazar once and for all. Very well, I will report back to Light's Hope Chapel now. But when I return, I will do my best to assist. Please give me a flight point. No? No? Okay. Back to Light's Hope Chapel we go. I'm gonna sport some wounds while we travel back. Beatrix was a high general in the Death Knight quest line. Nice. It's good when they can reuse some of those characters.
What now?
The developments in Tyr's hand are certainly interesting. Abendis likely dead, Balnazar returned. While there is a part of me that would prefer to sit back and watch the Scarlet Crusade reap what they have sown, I feel no matter the outcome, the Argent Dawn would likely be drawn into conflict. Weakened as we are following the Naxxramas campaign, Lord Tyrosus would prefer our involvement come on our terms rather than having our hand forced. Also, did you say that that Inquisitor Keldrin was there? I don't know. Did we say that? Sure. Yeah, he's there. Leonid's expression darkens when you confirm that Calderon is present at the Scarlet Crusade base camp. After a moment, he regains his composure. Thank you. For now, continue to assist Beatrix if you are willing. I will confer with Lord Tyrosus and develop contingencies should the Argent Dawn need to become directly involved. I pray that the situation is not as dire as we've been led to believe, but if we need to step in and put an end to this, we will be ready. Okay, I want to step in and put an end to run-on sentences.
Watch your back.
And then this is another quest. I'd heard that Calderon was present at Naxxramas, and I feared that if the battle turned, I'd be forced to the front lines alongside of him. While the Argent Dawn is in support of you providing aid to the Scarlet Reclamation Forces, I must warn you in the most strenuous terms, be wary of Balin Calderon. My hands shake with rage even thinking about the man and the atrocities he has visited upon the innocent. He is not to be trusted. Please, I implore you, heed my words. Learn more about Balin Calderon. Okay. Okay. Alright. They have a long history.
Trust no one.
Okay. Cool. What is this? I could not help but overhear your conversation with Leonid about Inquisitor Calderon. The scant details Leonid provided you are the barest sliver of the history they share and the suffering Calderon has inflicted on him. I was there when Leonid was at his lowest point, and I helped him find the strength to pick himself back. Okay. Speak with Leonid again.
What is it?
The wrecked caravan? Investigate the remnants of the Scarlet Caravan in Plaguewood along the road to Stratholme and speak with Leonid Bartholomew the Revered there. Okay. Lots of stuff to do. So, it looks like we have a quest to go back here, and then we have a quest to go down to the road. Let's go back to the camp first. Maybe we'll get other stuff that sends us out towards Stratholme, and we can do that then. So, will you aid us? I confess I am relieved. I've seen you and your allies' capabilities firsthand, and I'm pleased to have you on our side in this. I had hoped the Argent Dawn would lend their aid directly, but I am grateful to have your assistance nonetheless. Speak with Inquisitor Calderon on the hill nearby. He'll get you started. Okay, so this is the guy we were told not to trust. Yeah, don't turn around and look at me or anything. It's fine. Let's see. Calderon, I noticed you've lost the blade you carried in Naxxramas. What became of it? Calderon eyes you with barely contained hostility. Weapons are tools, a resource, nothing more and nothing less. That tool served its purpose and has been replaced. This is a pointless triviality, Hunter. Mind your own concerns. This guy's a dick. Did he sound like a dick to you guys? I am not pleased to engage you for aid. You consort with the heretic and the unclean, and it is beneath me and our sacred order to entertain your presence here. However, you seem adequately capable and will prove to be useful as an instrument here for our needs. Go to Tyr's Hand and scout the cathedral there before moving deeper into New Avalon to scout the rear keep and Mage Tower. Return here without delay and report what you find. We need to know what we are up against. Enter Tyr's Hand, scout the central cathedral as well as the Mage Tower. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. What else? What is this quest back here? Maybe we can get to it. What is going on up here? Oh, this must be the raid. Is this the raid entrance? This must be the raid entrance. Okay. Nothing going on here. Nothing to see here. So I think... Where are we going? No, I have no idea where we're going. Oh wait, are we done now with this? This just leads us, does it just lead us into the raid? Might have a NAXX raid, 17 out of 30 so far. Yeah, are we, do we have more we have to do here? I'm not sure where this thing wants me to go next. Oh wait, I see it now. I'm fucking stupid. I'm just not looking at my map. I will stop everything I'm doing to do a NAXX raid, just so you know. Like, this is like, I think we need to get this done before I do Scarlet Enclave, so like, I'm not even close to that. I will stop this to do a NAXX, if that comes together, if that's a possibility. I think I gotta go back here. This says Scout Tyr's Hand, so I'm gonna come back here and Scout Tyr's Hand, and then we'll... or is this New Avalon? I don't know. I don't know what these places are called. It says Tyr's Hand on the map. Oh dear. Oh, we can just kill these guys are really weak. All right. Alright, that's all I needed was to scout, so that one is done. I thought they said there were like 2 different places to scout. Oh, we have to get into an area that I'm not sure how to get into. Maybe we just keep going this way. Yeah, we have to get into some kind of area that I'm not familiar with. Okay, this area back here is New Avalon. Okay. That makes sense. Does this area exist in vanilla? Because I don't think I've ever been back in this area. Oh god, this is it's quite a lot going on here, potentially. We are already... Oh god. Okay, so these guys hit a little harder than the guys out front. They hit a little bit harder. Just a wee bit. Yeah, so this is going to be a thing. This is apparently going to be a thing. I don't really want it to be a thing, but apparently it is. Oh my god, don't die. Well. Oh, well. Sorry, man. That's, you know, just a 200 gold repair bill. No big deal. Boop. I need some level 60 food. Some level 60 food would be awesome. Because then I could actually heal up. Isn't there a vendor at Light's Hope Chapel that sells level 60 food and water? Because I feel like that's what I need. Really cool music here. Alright, we scouted the keep, now we have to head over here and scout the mage tower? Alright, there we go. Let's get ourselves out of here. See how many times we can get dismounted running out. This is a cool area. If they built all of this, this is really nice. These quests aren't bad. If you're ready to approach them slowly and cautiously, they seem like they could be really interesting. If you're like me and you feel like you're just trying to rush through them, then a little bit less so. This place existed in Wrath of the Lich King? Okay, so they're just reusing content. Makes more sense. I remember this front area. This front area I've seen before. But I never saw, like, deeper than that, like the actual new Avalon area. All that stuff was new. I am going to get killed here, I think. Well, as long as we don't get hit many more times, we should be fine. But okay, all of it was in Wrath. I guess too much to hope that they made, like, a new area. Mitosh, quite a bit of it is new. Okay. Some of it's new, some of it's reused. While you were away, we finalized our attack plans on Tyr's Hand. We will execute a frontal assault as well as a flanking strike, which I myself will lead. Before we fully commit, we'll need to weaken the forward defenses. I'm sending you back into Tyr's hand to take out as many of the enemy siege commanders as possible, as they are the key organizers of the Enclave's defenses. I'm leaving to join my forces at our position now. You'll report to Commander Beatrix when you return. Don't fail. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. What's this? As you've seen, New Avalon boasts a significant military presence, but also offers safety and security to civilians. If you can cobble together a more permanent disguise, consider offering a helping hand. Oh no, not a disguise quest. Come on. Can we go like, yeah, can we go do NAXX? I would really rather do anything else right now and come back to this a different time, but yeah, I mean, if NAXX is not on the table, I guess I'll just keep doing this. These seem like they could be like a fun quest if I was in like the questing mindset. I'd have to get myself back into the questing mindset, and then I could probably enjoy these. NAXX is starting, yeah. Well, NAXX is starting and we're not in the group, so it's a sad day. I should get an invite, fingers crossed. Yeah, I'll cross my fingers. I will, in anticipation, I will put on my sanctified pieces and make sure that I have runes on them. And then at least if we do get an invite, we're ready to go. There we go. Lone Wolf. All right, so we got the 2-piece bonus there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 pieces of Sanctified. I feel like 5 pieces of Sanctified should be good. I am gonna have to bio before we get into this, but I'm gonna run myself up to the entrance and then I will AFK for a second. I'm hoping that we'll have better luck today than we had the other day. I hope we can at least see a couple of bosses. Like, I don't need my first run in NAXX to be a full clear, but seeing a couple of bosses would be good. I want to see how much of the mechanics I remember from the Wrath of the Lich King version, and like how much I'm gonna have to learn. Because I feel like once I get into the fights, if the mechanics are the same, I'll probably remember the mechanics. Unless they've been changed significantly. We didn't pull a single boss last time. No, we couldn't even clear the trash. People were having challenges. Severe gameplay challenges. Unfortunately. There we go. Stream title updated to NAXX. NAXX today, hopefully. Fingers crossed. A part of me is glad. I'm glad we didn't pull any bosses because now I don't have a lockout. You know, I'm not locked out of any bosses. So, like, I'm glad that if the run was going to fall apart, I prefer the run to fall apart before we kill any bosses. It actually worked out perfectly. It worked out perfectly. Because otherwise we'd have killed a couple bosses and then the run would have fallen apart and then it would be much harder to get into, like, we couldn't do a fresh run, you know? I have to carry this time. I doubt I'll be doing much. But I'm hoping that what I'll do is I'll stay alive longer. That's the real hope. Is that I just... Last time, man, like, I just died. Every time a pull started, I ran in, I went to go swing on an enemy, and then I died. I fell over immediately. So, I guess as long as that's not happening again, it'd be great. Have they talked about, like, who we need to whisper to put stuff on reserve yet, or do we not know, like, if we're doing that? Okay, let's take this. Let's step inside. I'm gonna go bio really quick. I'll be right back. Mariel the Mage is who we whisper with reserve items. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm reserving. What was I yeah, I mean I had items from last time, but I forgot what they were. I hate this part of raiding. I don't even know. Mitosh, do you mind whispering me some items? Because I don't know what I want. I don't know. Should I just be reserving tier pieces basically at this point, or what? A weapon, yeah, I should look for a weapon, absolutely. Okay. Looking for weapons. One-handed. One-handed. Nothing here. Polearm. Polearm could be really good. The equip is that it increases bows, crossbows, and guns. No, this is not a good weapon for us. I don't want this weapon. I don't use bows, crossbows, and guns. I need a weapon for a normal weapon user. So that's not going to cut it. Yeah, I might not be getting a lot out of this. A one-handed sword. There might not be a weapon here for me. Mace, two-handed sword, corrupted Ashbringer. I guess like corrupted Ashbringer like could be fine. Mitosh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me take a look. Yeah, here we go. This is better. Yeah, that's a better weapon. So I need to whisper this mage. I will put a reserve on that. Okay. So that's good. Should I put two reserves on the same item? Like, could I do it that way? I'll do the waist guard. How many reserves do we have for this run? Is it 3 reserves? It's 3, okay. I'm probably gonna put 2 reserves on the weapon. Yeah, I think I gotta. There we go. Reserves have been made. We will just have to see how things go. So I got my Seal of the Dawn. This is increasing our damage by 4.38% and our health. That's not a lot. Oh, for every piece. Oh, for each piece of sanctified gear equipped. Okay, so that is a lot. So that's 20%, right? 5. If we round up, we shouldn't round up. But if we were to round up, the math would be easier. So I got like a 22%, a 21 or 22% bonus is what I have right now. That's nice. Yeah, I got 800 of these in my bank. Oh, I should have went back and grabbed the stuff from Stormwind. I should have grabbed everything. I could be boosted so much more. I have so many freaking runes, like so many of those necrotic things in my bank. What a shame. Yeah, I'm gonna Hearth. Yeah, if you want to summon me back, I'm gonna Hearth and grab them. Because, yeah, this says I have 650 of them in my bank. I feel like leaving them on the table is probably a bad idea. Oh, I'm just too scared brain for this kind of stuff.
Need help?
Now where are they? Here they are, 650. Yeah, let's grab those. I think that's all that I need. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. That is awesome. So, okay. I want to use the best one I have, basically. So the best one, I wish it overwrote. It should overwrite the old items, don't you think? 10% for each item. Oh my god, that's so huge. That's so freaking huge. It took until now for me to understand why I care about these. We've been collecting these Remnants of Valor for a long time, and just now we were able to use them for the purpose that they were intended. So that's nice. 10% damage and health for every piece of Sanctified equipped. It goes up to 22 at Seal 7, then it caps out. Oh my god. So I'm way behind. Like, we have rank 4, so it can go up to rank 7. That's intense. At least maybe we'll get on the meters now, you know? Like, and maybe we won't fall over dead immediately. Every single time we pull a trash pack, maybe we won't just die. This is great. Are we doing this on a hard mode, or is this going to be like a basic run? Yeah, should I keep a hold of these, or should I toss them? I don't need the lower ranks. I really wish it would just overwrite. I don't see a good reason to keep the lower ranks around. Unless you're trying to purposely put yourself at a disadvantage, I guess. We're clearing the trash on 0, but then bosses on hard mode 2. Throw out the lower ranks. Okay, it used to override, but it's buggy. Yeah, it's not overriding now. I want to make sure that I drop the right rank. So rank 4 is the one I need to keep. Rank 1 can go. Rank 2 can go. Rank 3 can go. Okay, so now all we have is rank 4. There we go. We are good. Is there just like not music happening here? Is that what's going on? We just sit in silence. Oh, we can pick them back up, it looks like. It looks like whatever you have unlocked, if you were to drop the wrong one on the ground, it looks like you can just pick it back up from this guy. And he'll let you access up to whatever you have currently unlocked. So you don't have to be worried about like throwing the wrong one on the ground or something like that. That's a nice touch. I appreciate that. There should be music. Yeah, there's not any music. I don't think there's music until we get into the wings. Until we get into an actual wing. I need more coffee. I'm gonna go get coffee really fast. I feel like we're still like 1 or 2 minutes from pulling, so I will be right back. All right. What are we doing here? What's going on? I see lots of rolls. People just rolling for no reason. Okay, good. Are we still getting invites out, or are we getting summons out? Am I getting impatient? Yeah, probably. Probably just being impatient. I could go AFK more, maybe that would help. The raid leader said 30, as in 30 minutes from now. I'm gonna go, if it's 30 minutes from now, I'm gonna go take a nap. I definitely do not want to stand here for 30 minutes. Oh, 30 people. Okay. That's better. Yeah, 30 minutes, I would probably go take a nap and come back. $30 we could have finished all that questing. Looks like we must be close to 30 people. I can't count, so it looks like we're close though. Yeah, we're at 30. If music doesn't start soon, I will play some music through Leatrix so that at least we have something to listen to. But if there is going to be a NAXX soundtrack, I'd like to hear some of it. But if it doesn't start once we get into the wing, I will turn something else on. Because it isn't your guild, the raid leader might give us a more realistic time to roll on loot. That'd be nice. If the end of the raid doesn't have to be the most stressful part, then, you know, where we're handing out loot, that'd be cool. I'm kind of getting used to the fast pace though. It's still stressful, but we got a crystal thing here. I'm not going to interact with this. I'm going to leave. Oh wait, should I interact with that? Should I? Oh, nope. I'm going to leave that alone. I am going to let other people play with the crystal thing. I will just stand over here. You know, well, we lived, but basically the same experience as before. Like, anytime I go in on these guys, I just take so much effing damage. I would love to take... Oh, you know what? It's these slimes, isn't it? I think it's mainly the slimes that are doing a lot of damage to me. I don't know how to deal with them except to stay away from them. I'm not going to run in and just get killed. So the slimes might be a no-go for me. Last time we tried this pug, we did not get out of this room, I don't think. This room was as far as we went. I spent most of my time in here either dead or stunned. That time I spent the entire pull stunned. Yeah, this group seems like it could clear bosses. Yeah, we're doing a lot better than the previous group was doing at this point, so, you know, that's good. I really don't like the slime that takes like all of your health away. Not really a big fan of that mechanic. Seems like it's just a pain in the ass for healers to have to top everybody off every time we enter a room or leave a room. Yeah, I haven't died yet. I haven't been able to do a whole lot. But I haven't died yet, so that's good. I have no idea what route we're taking, or which order we're clearing things in. I don't have a clue. We haven't done... As far as I know, we haven't pulled a single boss yet. I think maybe we're killing all the trash first. Maybe we're doing a trash clear, and then we'll circle back for the bosses, because I think we're doing the trash on 0, and then we're doing bosses on +2 for the hard mode. So yeah, the plan could be just to kill trash in every quarter, and then circle back for bosses. Don't know.
The first kill goes to me. Anyone care to wager?
Yeah, I noticed we're getting some kind of kill quest done in here. Don't know what it's for, but that's always nice. Finishing the kill quest is what opens up the ability to get NAXX tier pieces. Okay, well that's incredibly important. Just another one of those really important things that I would not know if I weren't told it by somebody who does know. I had no idea. Well, I hope we complete the quest then. I hope whatever the rest of the objectives are, I hope we've either already completed it or I hope we complete it. We'll have Venom Stalkers and Stone Skin Gargoyles left. So I'm assuming those guys are going to be in a different quarter. Be Sad Dog, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Wrath is probably where I did most of my raiding too. Like when I was raiding the most was probably Wrath. So this is pretty nostalgic for me as well. The mobs are melting. That's good. That's a good sign. This is just trash, so we want the trash to melt. The fact that the trash is melting tells me this pug might have a chance of killing some bosses. Because last time we came in here with a pug, we could not kill the trash. We were melting, and the trash was fine. That was not a good way to go. And I think now we're going to look at pulling some bosses. We've cleared a lot of the trash. And now it's boss time. I think we were about to pull our first boss. Yep. We cleared the trash first. We did the trash on hard mode 0, and now we're doing the bosses on hard mode 2, I believe. There we go, one boss down. Many more to go. Yeah, this is very much not like the last time. Exactly. There probably were mechanics to do. I think even on hard mode +2, we just overpowered it. He had a mechanic where he shot some spikes out the back. He probably wanted to like avoid the spikes. Clearly something was going on with his ads. We were able just to focus the boss and kill the boss. So, like, if you can tank and spank something, you just do it that way. If you can ignore mechanics, then that's what you end up doing. I don't know how many bosses we'll be able to do that with, but I'm assuming that was like typically a very easy boss anyway. I don't think that one. I think that was like the loot pinata. There's always a couple of loot pinatas in raids that a group can go in that's not that good. They can kill a couple bosses, they can get a little bit of gear, and then they can try to gear up. I should be waiting back here like I was told. That's what I should be doing. No one else is. Everyone else is rushing in. So bad. Did I loot the boss? I did loot the boss. We're not going to do any loot, like hand out actual pieces till the end of the run. So at the end of the run, all of the loot will be distributed. We'll roll on all the loot at the end. That's how pugs do it. Pugs don't hand out loot as we go, because if we handed out loot as we went, then we would lose people from the pug. So instead, we hold all the loot till the end, and then we roll for it all at the end. That way everybody stays. Yeah, we're looting our coins still. We don't need coins as much anymore, but we're still looting them.
Your mortal desires mean nothing. You are acolytes of the Master now, and you will serve the cause without question. The greatest glory is to die in the Master's service.
Oh man, trash as a melee. Trash as a melee? Oh man, it sucks. A melee DPS is not the way. If you want to do raids, like melee DPS is not the way. Most of the time you just feel like you're doing nothing. Some of the time you are doing nothing. But even when you're doing something, it feels like a whole lot of nothing. All I really am in this situation is I'm a strain on the healers. Like, if I go in, I take some damage, the healers have to heal me. I don't really get to do a lot of damage to the trash. So, like, trash on melee is, like, so bad. Yeah, I can't do a range spec on this character because all of my gear is oriented around a melee spec. The way the tier set bonuses work, I have tier set bonuses for melee. So unfortunately, like, I can't just have a bow spec and like switch into bow spec for trash. I'd have to switch into bow spec and then I would have to equip an entirely different set of gear in order to be any good at bow spec. So this character unfortunately will never have a range spec. Because I don't want to farm up and carry around two completely different sets of tier gear. So our ranged character will have to be something else. Like, this will be our melee character, but we're gonna have to try like a mage or something. Unless we only want to be useful on boss fights, and then that's fine, I guess. There we go. We're holding down our spot in last place. We're doing great. Like, I just want to consistently take last place in every single run I do, regardless of the content. That's my goal for this character. Just to be last on the meters in every single raid. So far, we're accomplishing it. So far, we're doing really good. We've been last so far in every raid we've done, so I'm sure that will just continue to be the case. Yanko, good evening, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate it. And there we go, another one bites the dust. The mage is pumping. Yeah, the mage is. It looks like maybe he's a fire mage. That's really good.
Trespass here are doomed.
Yeah, thankfully no dust to dust. We haven't been dusted yet. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, I remember the dance. You start on one side, you have to, if you get negative, you go to the negative side. If you get positive, you go to the positive side. I don't know what sides you guys use. I know the left and right, like positive, negative dance. Yeah. As long as I know what side each is and where I start, I'll be fine. Yep. We had lots of problems with that fight back in the day, but I wasn't one of the problems. Yeah, so far it's been buttery smooth. We'll see if it stays that way. We seem to be pretty stacked. Oh, we're handing out a little bit of loot in the downtime? Yeah, it's smart to use some of the downtime here to hand out a little bit of the loot. I will keep my eyes open. Paladin, Shaman, Druid. So far, nothing for us. He's coming back. I'm assuming we're going to pull him when he gets back down here. There we go. Yeah, the thing I have to get over is just feeling useless, basically. I'm not used to being able to do content where I can be useless. Like, my raiding experience is raiding with 10 people. We did like 25-man raids. But mainly it was like 10 player raids. These guys have a big radius. Like, I wasn't anywhere near that guy and I still popped him. But I wasn't close to him. I felt like I had plenty of room. Yeah, I don't like feeling useless on the meters. It's a really terrible feeling, especially when you're playing a DPS class, to feel like you can't contribute in any meaningful way. And it's definitely not what I'm used to. I'm used to doing, when I raid, I'm used to doing content and being in a group where my performance is required. Like, I have to perform well, otherwise the run isn't going to go well. It's mentally and emotionally, it's really hard for me to accept that I can be in a run, that I can do complete garbage DPS, that I can not be on the meters at all, and that I can still collect loot and still clear stuff. Like, part of my brain doesn't accept it, and like, I try to be happy for seeing content, and I am. But I think there's always going to be that part of my brain that is like kind of not happy when I'm not doing well. And the only way I can quantify doing well is by comparing myself to what other people are doing. So as long as I'm down here, which is probably going to be forever, I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to be glad to have seen the content. I'm going to be glad to have gotten the gear, but in my heart of hearts, I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be happy until I'm like, raiding is only fun for me, like really fun, when I'm a contributing member of a progression raid team. When I'm on equal footing with everybody, when I'm able to actually help out, when my inputs are actually needed to win, like, that's when I'm happy. Like, everything else is just like, okay, cool, like, seeing the content's great, getting gear is great, but it doesn't give me fulfillment in the way that actually contributing to a raid would give one fulfillment. I know some people don't care about stuff like this. For some people, it's just, if we clear the run, that's a victory. It doesn't matter how I do personally, but for me, like, my personal performance actually matters to my enjoyment quite a bit. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might not have like a big future as an endgame raider, just because I really can't get past that. And I'm not really in a situation to be part of a progression team, so like, my rating is probably always gonna look like this. That's my worry, is that my rating is always going to look like this, where like, I'm in a group, I'm doing what I can, but I'm not needed, you know, and I'm not really helping. And I'm kind of worried that's what all of my experiences are going to be. And that's not going to be like a lot of fun for me. In the long term, that's not going to be fun for me. It's going to be fun just to see the raids and then probably like move on with my life. Unless I just wanted to go back to healing. You know, there's less comparisons, less looking at the meters, but even as a healer, I still would look at the meter and I would still compare my healing numbers to other healers. So I would probably have the same problems as a healer that I'm having right now, is that like, other healers would probably be healing a lot more, and I wouldn't be healing as much, and I wouldn't be doing as much, and then I would probably feel the same exact way. Oh, I got the boost, man. DF percussion, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we're boosted. You know, like, I've got 10% on each piece. I'm only rank 4. There's up to rank 7. So, like, obviously, to be competitive here, I need rank 7, because rank 4 is not enough to do this and be competitive. You obviously have to have the max ranks. So I don't know. Like I said, I understand that these things should not bother me. I understand that I should just be happy to see the content, but it's just kind of how I like to perform well when I'm doing group content. Yeah, I know what the problem is. Everybody here's got more gear than me. Everybody here has more stacks of the buff than I do. I understand, like, fundamentally what the issue is. Unfortunately, there isn't a way to logic me out of the feelings of my experience. It's just like, it's tough. Yeah, when I do stuff where I'm on even footing with everybody, then I do pretty well, but that's kind of what I mean, where I feel like this is going to be my experience. Because I haven't played it, I'm not at the cutting edge of the gear, and I'm probably never going to be at the cutting edge of the gear because of how little I've played SOD. It's just kind of that thing where to be at cutting edge and to really get the most out of the content, you really have to be always playing. You have to always be playing on the cutting edge. You've got to always be clearing the new raids when they come out, getting the gear when the raids come out. And if you play like that, then you can be on even footing with everybody and you can contribute. But if you play like I do, where you're late to the party and you're just trying to play catch up, then yeah, you're probably never going to feel super useful to most of these groups. I get what it is. Alright, so who's going to which side here? And I realize I can't see the group numbers anyway, so to know what side I'm going on, I'd probably need to see group numbers. Where am I at? I'm in a group down here. I don't know what the group number is on this. I feel like I'm just gonna end up picking a side. I'm gonna start off on this side. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Above your nameplate. Okay. I don't know how you're splitting these out. Is it evens on one side and odds on the other side? That's how we used to do it. I'll probably end up being on the wrong side, but that's okay. I'm gonna go grab this buff, because I died like an idiot, so I lost my buff. There we go. Easy peasy. Nobody messes up the dance anymore.
Fools. You think yourselves triumphant? You have only taken one step closer to the abyss.
We seem to be adjusting the hard mode. I don't know if we're calibrating the hard mode to be harder or if we're calibrating it to be easier. I would assume we're trying to boost the hard mode so we get more tier pieces. But I don't really know. I don't know what all the pretty colors mean. Red, yellow, green. Stop, slow, and go, I guess. Hard mode 3 from now, so we are now up to a hard mode 3. Lots of paladin only stuff. It's a cool looking sword. I'm gonna fall asleep during loot. Yeah, there were only a couple of pieces of Hunter tier. There were bracers that dropped, and I rolled for the bracers, but we didn't win the roll. And that was it. I saw one pair of bracers for Hunter, Mage, whatever, and that was it. There we go. That was a belt. We didn't win that roll either. But we got the item. Maybe because I put the item on soft reserve. Maybe that's why I lost the roll but got the item. I don't know. But yeah, there we go. And you know, next comes the arduous process of figuring out how we are supposed to turn that into an actual piece of gear. Yeah, now we have a piece of tier 3. Yeah, the next step is to figure out how to actually put it on. That's always the tough part.
The first kill goes to me. Anyone care to wager?
Alright, I have to bio. I'm assuming loot is done for now and we're gonna keep pulling, so I will be right back. Alright, cool. Let's go. Cool. Is there an effect on the ground that I'm not seeing? I had a hard time understanding why I died there. Oh, okay. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, now that there's not a million spell effects and people stacked on me, now I saw the effect. Okay, cool. Awesome. The people who are still alive are the people who've done the fight multiple times in living memory. And everyone on the floor either hasn't done the fight a lot, or like me, hasn't done the fight in like a long ass time. Yeah, but these are the 10 people who are actually raiders who raided the shit out of this all the time, and like those are the people who are mostly alive. Everyone else like me is completely dead. I'm glad that I died first and I just basically sat the whole fight out. Now I know the fight. I got to learn the fight from the best position ever. From on the floor. So, GG, I guess. So we are in group 5. We have the first spore. I'm assuming the spore is something that spawns and then we go kill it. So we'll have to keep our eyes open for that. I guess I have to click the... I gotta click the item again. I don't even know where the item is. We have the item that we're supposed to click. There it is. Alright, there we go. Perfect.
I'm gonna enjoy killing these slack-jawed daffodils.
I'm thinking that this. I'm just gonna leave the spores to the range DPS. I'm not gonna run for anything. I don't see what the point is. I peeled off and I ran for that spore and like I didn't even get there before it died. And like in the meantime, I stopped all my DPS and the boss. Yeah, I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna park myself here and whatever has to be killed, there has to happen. I'm sure there are people dealing 20 times the amount of DPS as I am, and I'm sure they'll take care of it. I will focus my attention right on the hindquarters of the boss. Because that's probably the only way I'm going to contribute anything at all. There we go. Nice.
I grow tired of these games. Proceed, and I will banish your souls to oblivion.
5 bosses to go. All right. Yeah, this is a long one. I kind of remembered how long this is, but it's been a long time since I did a full clear of this in one sitting. It is a biggin. Priest is out. Yeah, priest out. I don't want responsibility. That's probably why I can't heal. I don't want any. I can barely DPS, keep myself alive. Ultimately, I don't need to do anything where I have any responsibility at all, and that probably includes healing.
Do as I taught you. I'm just getting warmed up.
I have no idea who I'm targeting here. I guess I'm gonna go after X. No, wait, I guess I'm going after Skull. Skull seems like Skull is like loose in the raid group. Okay, we got Skull under control. What are we targeting here? I guess we're just killing ads. I have no idea what the kill order is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, good. I didn't have to think about it for very long. The mage is a vending machine. I'm not going to do that either, so I shouldn't roll mage. I don't make people food and water. I guess Warlock is the only thing left. Warlock or Balanced Druid. If it's Warlock, I have to get there first. Oh, that's right. Okay, I don't know. I guess Balanced Druid. And then we just get to be a were chicken. Are we releasing? Should I release? Some people have released, some people have not released. I'm just gonna hang out for a minute and see if I get a res. After this, the fights are pretty straightforward? I hope so. I don't remember this fight at all. I have no memories of this fight, so I have no idea what's going on here. Just focus the boss. I could do that. I could just let my character stand here and dance for like emotional support, for like encouragement. We could just dance the whole fight. I feel like that could work. I'm not sure why I'm taking damage, but I'm gonna pull out because I don't want to get killed. I would rather not die, like, for no discernible reason. And I really can't tell, like, what's killing me in here. I'd like to live through the fight. Even if I don't do much in the fight, I'd like to at least live through it. Yeah. That's just bad. It's bad. Getting out. Getting all the way out. I don't know why I'm taking damage, and that's incredibly frustrating. I don't seem to be able to avoid some of the damage. And I can't really tell which way the mobs are facing, so if facing is an issue, I don't know what the issue is. It could be that I'm getting hit by a cleave or something. Okay, I'm gonna pull out again. We got this guy back here just like doing whatever he wants to the healers or whatever's going on. I guess just focusing the boss down is gonna be what works. There we go. It wasn't pretty, but at least it got done, you know. It's his disrupting shout. Oh, okay. He has a disrupting shout. It hurts, apparently. I could probably install DBM, but I'd rather not. If I can avoid it. We fight weapons in the next room. Stay away from axes. Okay, good. I'm assuming they spin. I am assuming they spin, and they deal lots of damage. I'll just hang back. I feel like as a melee, like what I'm best at is hanging back. I'll just be back here. I'll be hanging out with the ranged people where it's safe. They've got this. Maybe I can fight the swords. The captains have whirlwind too. I've had a lot of fun on the melee hunter. Melee hunter has been one of my favorite specs to like learn and to play solo. It was a really fun time out in the open world, like questing, soloing, even like 5-man stuff is pretty good. 5-man stuff is pretty good. I will never play a melee DPS again in this game in my life. I will never play a melee class again in any version of World of Warcraft. It's just pointless. If you're just punishing yourself for no reason, you're just putting if you want to do raids, you're just putting yourself at such a disadvantage. It takes so much more effort and attention to do anything successful as a melee in a raid. Like, I'm just not going to do it. Everything we do from now on is going to be ranged DPS. This has been, not great.
Foolishly you have sought your own demise. Brazenly you have disregarded powers beyond your understanding. You have fought hard to invade the realm of the Harvester. Now, there is only one way out. To walk the lonely path of death.
Do we get to fight the boss?
Not continue. Turn back while there's still time.
I guess I picked the wrong room to be in. Oh, here we go. Maybe we do get to fight the boss. Oh, does he switch back and forth? That must be what he does. Oh, good. We're already basically dead. It's perfect. I don't really remember this fight either. Okay, we're dead. Okay, good. Let's just stand over here. I don't want to be a burden on the healers. If trying to do damage is getting me killed, I'd rather just stand back, and that's one less person the healers have to heal. Looks like we got him.
To arms here, roustabouts! We've got company!
Invaders, cease this foolish venture at once. Turn away while you still can.
Come, Zeliek. Do not drive them out. Not before we've had our fun.
Enough battling. Let them come. We shall grind their bones to dust.
I do hope they stay alive long enough for me to introduce myself.
Perhaps they'll introduce themselves and run away as fast as they can.
I've heard about enough of your sniveling. Shut your fly threat before I shut it for you. Serve your hand. Hearts will rage.
Oh boy, the horseman fight. I kind of remember this one, but from the perspective of a healer. From the perspective of a DPS, I don't know. Never have more than 2 stacks of the debuff. Okay. Seems fine. That seems fine. It seems easy enough in theory. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow everybody else. Whatever anyone else is doing, I'll just do the same thing. Seems simple enough. How could it possibly go wrong? Worst case scenario, I end up on the floor. It wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I can't get close enough to DPS the fucking thing. Where am I? Well, okay, right over here, I guess. Right between the two death pools. Got it. There's probably a reason why he has to be tanked right here. Okay, we're all moving. I have to keep moving with these guys. I don't know why we're moving or where we're going, but I'm gonna move up here and we're just gonna stand here, I guess. I don't really see, this is the part where I don't know why we moved. I don't really know okay, I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's perfect. I am fine not having to worry about that anymore. I wonder if the people left alive can finish it up. Because I don't know. I don't know why we peeled off. I don't know if I should have stayed on square. Maybe I should have stayed on square and just continued to DPS square. Everyone seemed like they pulled off. And we all came to the platform. I thought that was for a good reason, but maybe not. All it seemed to do was it just seemed to get me killed. Reset stacks. Okay, yeah. I forgot about the stacks completely. I wasn't paying attention to stacks in any way, shape, or form, so that's probably what it was. I probably had way too many stacks and needed to peel off to drop my stacks a lot sooner than I did. That's probably what happened. It seems right. You know, something that like a person familiar with the fight wouldn't forget that mechanic after just being told about it, but I'm not familiar with these fights, so it is what it is. We might get this. I mean, this square is almost dead. The health on the square is not moving at all, so like that's a problem, but the guy back here is also like kind of dead. I'm not sure if maybe we're trying to DPS them down together or what, but it looks like they might get it. There we go. Square is down. Everybody on diamond, and then we win. Good show.
You have no idea what horrors lie ahead. You have seen nothing. The frozen heart of Naxxramas awaits you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Now this fight I kind of remember. I remember having to stand behind frozen people, or frozen pillars. I'm hiding behind a frozen pillar. That is the biggest thing I remember about this fight. And I highly anticipate that I end up on the floor here, because I don't remember the exact mechanics, but I remember having a problem with this fight back in the day. So, if I had a problem with this fight back in the day, when I was raiding a lot more often, then I'm probably going to have an issue with it here today. So, we'll see. When he goes into the air, spread out. Okay. Once there are 5 ice blocks, then hide behind one fast. It's the fast part that kills me. Yeah. The concept is easy. The concept is easy. We do loot now. Do we have to? do we have to do loot now? Man. I guess we're doing loot now. We roll again? We don't roll again. We keep the fucking roll that we did. What did I roll? I rolled an 80. No, we keep the roll. You can't see it anymore. Maybe you're blind. Why can't you see? Oh, yeah, let's re-roll it. Oh, it's soft reserved. Okay, I don't even care. I don't even need any more loot from this run. I just want to get through the run. I'm tempted to go have a snack while loot goes out. Because I am so fucking hungry, and I am starting to get hangry. My blood sugar is low. I didn't have lunch, I didn't have breakfast, and I barely had snacks. So I don't care about loot. My brain, I don't even think my brain's gonna work well enough for me to read the log and like roll on loot, so I am fine just vegging out until the boss fight happens. Yeah, I just like I can't go 4 hours without eating food. It doesn't work for me. Back in the, like, when you have a real raid, at least like, I guess we were just soft back when I raided. We would do breaks and shit. We'd usually have a couple of 15-minute breaks, a couple of 10-minute breaks at least throughout the raid where people could stretch their legs, take dogs outside, get a snack, drink some water, shit like that. I'm not used to being at my PC for 3 hours consecutively without getting up. And I'm definitely not able to pay attention to this loot. My brain doesn't have any brain power left. An hour and a half sounds better. I don't mind longer raids. I just need a break, like somewhere right in the middle. That's all. The longer raids are fine. It's just like a longer raid without a break is not good. If it's an hour and a half and I don't get a break, then I'm okay. But if it's like 2 or 3 hours, then I absolutely have to eat something in that time. Yeah, I know, we got this boss and the last boss, so. And then that's another raid off the list, yep. And then tomorrow I'm gonna level something. I gotta have a day where I just do some chill leveling. It's been nice to rapid fire these and just get them done, get them checked off the list. I really appreciate it. But I can't go this hard every day. I'm gonna burn myself out. I gotta level something tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start something. I'm either gonna do a mage or a warlock or a priest. Probably not a priest. Now that I know they have to mind control and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna do something different tomorrow. I feel like hitting up a raid 4 days out of 5. 4 days out of 5 is good. It was probably a good ring. Like I said, I can't pay attention to the loot anymore. My brain is not doing it. So many things have went out, and like I just can't follow it anymore. That's why I don't like loot this way. I like the boss falls over, and then we do loot right there. The boss falls over, the raid leader. We just do the loot as soon as the boss falls over. That's the only way that I can really pay attention to loot. When it's a half hour of loot, I just zone out. I stop paying attention. I get to a point where I can't really be bothered to care. Which works out for other people, because then I don't roll on stuff and other people get more loot. So at least my apathy is helping somebody. My apathy is helping somebody else get gear, so there's that at least. Am I enjoying SOD more than Classic? I mean, I'm not really playing a lot of Classic era right now because I'm waiting for TBC to come out. I'm really enjoying like some of the raiding, some of the endgame stuff. I've liked seeing what endgame has to offer. But right now I'm not really playing a lot of Classic era. Because I'm not really interested in doing anything at endgame in Classic era. So I've just been kind of holding off and slowly leveling the characters until TBC comes out. I'm very much in the TBC waiting room at this point with Anniversary Realms. I'm one of the people that I really wish they had dropped the Anniversary Realms as TBC Realms right away. I didn't need a Classic Era fresh start because I had just leveled the Paladin in Classic Era all the way to 60 on Mankrik. So like I didn't need a Classic Era fresh start. I didn't really want a Classic Era fresh start. What I really wanted was TBC. So now I've just kind of accepted that, and I'm just waiting for TBC to come out. You want Wrath servers back? I feel like we just left Wrath. Like we had Wrath for a while. Yeah, I'm sure the Anniversary Realms will probably go through Wrath. You will probably get to have Wrath again. You'll just have to wait a while for it, you know? That's all. Ah, I rolled a 13. That's big. Big rolls. If I had to pick an era to stay in, I'd probably stay in TBC. If I had to pick an era that was never going to progress, I'd probably be pretty happy with TBC. Wrath of the Lich King was good. Oh my god, we're done with loot. Whew. We are done with loot. Let's see the boss. Yeah, it gets really tedious when they do it like this, and they fire the fucking pieces off so fast. I can't even click on the piece of loot to see what the loot is before rolls have ended. I just can't. I can't. I don't even have time to click on the loot, look at what the loot is, and type /roll. I'm at a point where I have to make a macro for /roll now because I can't type it fast enough and look at the fucking loot. It's really it makes me not even want to look at the loot, you know. I don't even want any loot. But that's a good mechanic, because then like people like me, we don't roll on shit, and then the people who are like Johnny on the spot with the loot, they get all the loot. Like I'm not even looking at it. Loot's coming out and I can't even be bothered. I guess I need to like figure out where people are standing, and ah yeah, fuck yes, I love it. I think we're gonna have a second attempt anyway. Looks like we're gonna have a second attempt. My brain is not working. You would think don't stand behind the dragon tail would be pretty obvious to anybody who's ever played WoW before, but my brain, guys, I'm fried out. I am fried out. It's been almost 5 hours on stream. I didn't have a breakfast. I didn't have a lunch. I've had very sparse snacks. I've been drinking coffee all day. Coffee has been basically my only calories. I had a yogurt drink. There's no rye bread in the house, so I didn't have any bread today. So I've had yogurt. I've had coffee. My brain is just all done. My brain is done. It's done processing the things. We're probably going to take it back down to hard mode 2, I hope. It seems like it would be a good idea for us to take it back down to hard mode 2. Just to get this done. We need a little bit more Remnants of Valor before we can get the next buff pendant thingy. Yeah, there we go. Let's deactivate one of these bad boys. Do this on a difficulty that's just gonna let us clear it so we can be done. Yeah, the difficulty's too high. I just like, I mean, it doesn't really affect me. I died in the first 4 seconds of the fight, but it seemed like for everybody else who was in the fight, the difficulty still might have been a little bit too high. Alright. I'm gonna try to stay alive long enough to see the fight. A repair? There's a repair bot somewhere. Oh, I don't see it. There's 30 people standing on top of it, so it's gonna be pretty hard to find it. Yeah, somewhere there's a repair bot. Thankfully, my gear is not broke somehow. Oh, here he is. Here he is. I see him. There we go. We're good. I found him. I was looking for a little gnome, like a little mechanical gnome guy, but apparently I was looking for the wrong thing. Drew, welcome to the stream, buddy. Welcome. It's been quite a day. We're at the tail end of a very long, very tiring NAXX run, but I think we might clear it. Amy, you had to go pick up food. It's too hot to cook. Yeah. Sucks. I know, I understand. I wouldn't cook either. We went right from winter into summer, because that's how weather works now. You don't get to have a spring, you don't get to have an autumn. You just go from winter to summer, you're too hot, you're too cold, it's too hot, it's too cold, and then one day you die. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. That's basically it. No, I'm gonna be done with this soon. I will get to eat when this is done, and I won't get to eat until then. Much better attempt without the hard mode turned on. Much, much better attempt.
Our preparations continue as planned, Master. It is good that you serve me so faithfully. Soon all will serve the Lich King. And in the end, you shall be rewarded. So long as you do not falter. I foresee no...
Alright, on to Kel'Thuzad.
Wait, what is this?
Let's end this jerkbag and go home.
Security measures have failed. Cease this interruption immediately.
Yes, Master.
Amy, there's no reason for you to wait to go get food. This is the last boss. We're in the last boss room right now. So I'm gonna kill this boss, and then I'm gonna be done. So even if there's food right now and it's getting cold, it doesn't matter. Because I'm about to be done. Mitosh, it's not your fault, man. I mean, you got me into this run, and I appreciate that. It's not your fault that I don't have the endurance to raid like this. Me not having the endurance to raid like this is not your problem. Yeah, I just like, and I don't know either. But what I do know is I can't. I don't know what that looks like, an item that I could equip. But yeah, like I just can't raid for 4 hours or 3 hours or whatever it's been without like a little lunch break or some actual calories in me. That's just a me problem. I learned a valuable lesson today. And I knew this was a longer raid, but I didn't really think about quite how long it is, you know. I knew there were a bunch of wings and a bunch of bosses. Part of me didn't really think that the run was going to get off the ground. Part of me didn't really think we were going to have any success, so I didn't really worry too much about how long it was going to take to clear it, because I honestly didn't know if we were going to be able to clear it based on how it went last time we pugged it. But yeah, now I know better. We've made it to the end at least. And now the only raid left to do will be Scarlet Enclave, which is probably a while off. And then we'll have beat the game. We'll have beat Sod. Yeah, AQ40. Yeah, I guess. I'm not really bothered about it. I did an AQ20. I hate the big, like, this is too big of a raid for me. 30 people is too many people. 40 people is 10 more people than 30 because math, and that's just a crazy amount of people. It's just an insane... I like 10-man raids and 20-man raids. The 30-man stuff is nuts. 30 people, 40 people, it's just kind of crazy to me. I always have a better time the smaller the group size, basically. For me, a 10-person raid is the perfect size.
Soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel-Fuzad.
I mean, in my opinion, if they let you take 30 people in, it's a 30-person raid. If they let you take 40-person in, it's a 40-person raid. If they wanted to tune it for 20 people, and if they wanted the raids to actually be 20-person raids, they should have locked the raid size at 20. You can't say, like, it's a 20-person raid and then let people take 30 or 40. Because, of course, people are going to take more than 20 if they can. If there's no punishment. If the only punishment is that loot gets spread around a little bit more, of course people are going to take more than 20. Especially when you have hard modes and things you can enable to generate more loot. So, I mean, part of me wishes they would have capped it at 20 so that, like, the most you could take would be 20 people. That would be, like... It's still a lot of people, but it's not 30 or 40, so, like, it would be a little bit better. People bitch that it was too hard. People ruin game design. You know what ruins game design is listening to players. Listening to players and changing stuff based on players bitching is the antithesis of game design. When you design a game, you have a design intention. And if the design intention is 20 people, then you balance around 20 people. And if it's too hard, you can adjust it, but you shouldn't just say, okay, it's too hard, just bring 20 more friends. Just bring 20 more friends, trivialize it, and then move on. Like, I don't think that letting people trivialize it is a good answer to people bitching that it's too hard. So, I don't know. It is what it is. It's the choice they went with because it was probably easier than balancing the raids. They could have tried to balance them strictly around 20 people. They would have had to put in a lot more work. I guess from their perspective, it's less work to make the raids what they are and let people bring anywhere from 20 to 40 people. Like, you get to figure out for yourself how hard you want it to be so they don't have to be bothered. They don't have to be bothered designing content. You get to figure it out as a group, I guess. So far, this has been super trivialized. And I feel like this group probably could have ran with 20 people. This group probably could have ran with... It was either like a lot of it was over trivialized, and then of course hard mode 3 just got too hard. Yeah, the most fun I ever had raiding was Lich King. 10-man Ulduar hard modes. 10-man Ulduar hard modes were like peak rating for me. It was cool that you had to do something in the fight to turn the hard mode on. It wasn't just like a switch that you flipped, but it was something that you did in the fight. And that was really cool. And trying to progress through 10-man Ulduar hard modes, like, it was actually really hard. Everybody had to learn the fights well. Everybody had the chance to learn the fights well. And then everybody on the team had to perform. There wasn't any room to carry a bunch of people who were, you know, like I've done here. I've died and laid on the floor for many of the boss fights.
Scream your dying breath.
Maybe I can be useful now. Nope, 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 not yet. I guess I'll just be useful when the boss comes out. Now we have a boss. So I'm guessing don't stand in red circles. Don't stand in red circles. Oh crap. Oh no. Why are we ice? Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's obviously okay. Woot, woot, woot. We did it. And we took 20 out of 20. 20 out of 20 DPS. We succeeded in remaining at the very bottom of the meters. A desecrated ring. Great. So really nothing on this boss. And that's it, guys. That is NAXX 30 man? That is NAXX 30 man. I don't think any loot dropped off that boss that we even need. So I'm kind of tempted just to bail out. Let's see. The ring, but it's soft, reserved by 12 people. All right. In that case, it has been a really fun time. I'm really happy that we got to do this. I've learned a lot of things about myself today. And I've learned a lot of things about raiding in SOD. So now I'm going to take all this learning and we'll see what we do in the future. I think tomorrow I'm going to level something. I don't know what I'm going to level. But we've done endgame for a bunch of days consecutively. We've cleared every raid except for the Scarlet Enclave, which is the newest raid. We're not going to be ready for that for a while. So I think tomorrow I'm going to take the day off endgame stuff and we're going to find something to level somewhere out there in the World of Warcraft universe. Don't know where it will be, what it will be. But I will put some thought into that, and I would love to see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your afternoon or evening time. As always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.